Five. Logged in. Stop stream. Okay, I guess I'm live. Well, welcome. That verification before I can even see. Okay. Going out well. That's all right. Wonders of modern technology. Hey, come on. Me. Signed in. Well, I'm planning to edit this one. Equal to my popular video ever. Because you're signed in, great, but I don't have a. Trying to get the control panel in my little streaming software. Software connected. Okay, so hopefully, I don't know if this is the start of the video or what. That was weird. I had to log in. Okay. So animating a chessboard in Godot. So about 2 years ago now, I made this little video where I quickly put together a chessboard in about an hour. Godot game engine. So today I opened it in. So when I did that, Godot 4 had just come out. I said in the video that it was like I just watched it. I said in the video that it was 4 days after the beta of Godot 4, and now years later, it is Godot 3 is out, or sorry, Godot 4.3 is out. So I opened it in that version and just fine, and it worked just fine. The game doesn't do anything if you just play it. It just I've never even run it before. Select current and you run it, and it shows this chessboard right here. But that's not what I'm interested in. The idea was use this as a component in like a. The original idea was to use it as an interactive tool where I would drag and drop these things around. So I made some decisions there that were based on that use, where I would be actively using this as a board. I wanted to make a tool that would improve my chess rate rather than doing that. Other things, and I haven't come back to that. Meanwhile, somehow that video is a popular video I ever made. So just a quick review. We've got a H box, or I guess it's a vertical box container, a V box container. So vertical list of ranks. Inside each rank is a list of squares. So horizontal container, H box container that in a row. And then I had individual squares, and they each have this little script that says whether it's dark or not. So say it's dark or not. Kind of a silly way to do it, but I didn't have to write any code. I just did it all in the editor. Shows that you can do a lot of really cool, do a lot of stuff in Godot without a lot of work. But today I'm going to do some amount of scripting here. Okay, so also in this scene we've got the ranks of, and then we have all the pieces, and the pieces are just sprites, and they have names like 7 would be Black Pawn 7, and the question is, if you're playing through a game, what happens if you promote your pawn to a queen or something? Rename that, I don't know. But my thought was that first of all, I don't know, since the squares have names, if you clicked on one, you could send an event, and that event could include the name, and you wouldn't have to calculate it yourself. I don't know. I think that's kind of what I was thinking at the time. I don't really know. I just threw it together in about an hour. I don't think it really matters. We have some way of drawing a board. What I did want to do, I wanted to do one little thing on here. I wanted to clip it. I wanted to make this a rounded rectangle, and I've learned how to do that in the time since that right now. And put this inside that, and I'm going to move the pieces out. So I'm going to make a new like container here, and I'm just going to make just any kind of control. Make a panel that has kind of background, any kind of control. Create a panel. I guess this is the root of my scene, so I have to down find that panel. And I'm going to say make this make scene root. You can't see it on the screen, but menu options that make scene root. Now panel is the thing, and we're going to here in the layout. So kind of the coordinates of the board have shifted because of that. So rectangle for the screen itself, and this is the origin. Now, based on where the panel got placed when it was created, it moves that. So we want to put this at the origin, and you can do that by going to layout and you say anchors, and we want to anchor it to the top left, which is actually where it is anchored. Surprises me. I guess because it doesn't have a parent, that doesn't do it. Okay, so you have to have a root node kind of container object. So layout, this is changes the transformation, and if we just set that to 0, it should go back there. And within this, we're going to set this, so the ranks now is call this board. Board is going to be, its layout is going to, and then because of it, it has sizers. Okay. So now, do that, and we're going to set the panel. I'm going to change the theme on that to get the rounded rectangle. Panel and theme overrides style, and we create a new style box. Style box. I think you can do any of them, but style box flat. And we edit that, and we're going to just radius. Actually, like this should be the same size as the photo. I'm going to copy this. You see, it's just not wide enough. For its position, sorry. But it should be the size of that. I'm not sure how you do that. I'm not sure how you make it the size of its. If I make it the full rectangle, yeah, I'm going to just make it the full. Oh, but I don't want to. I want to make it the size of this board. So I want to give it an explicit. Let's set the size to 12. 12. And then down here in the I'm just kind of goofing. I'm still not an expert in. I use it. Did I do that? What I wanted? No, because I didn't tell. I'm not going to call it root because maybe I'll call this board. Okay, and then this, in here, you say content. But there's a maybe it's under visible children, flip and draw. Yeah, there we go. Now you can see it's rounded the board. And because we told it to draw, it's got a producing this light border. Change that, I believe. So that modulates the whole thing. Now we want to modulate the itself, which is in under by background color. I'm going to set that to like a darker than this. Maybe I should make it darker than. And then also, let's see if we can do this. And I think there's a way to say change the gap in between. Change that separation to 2. Like it was about 4 by default. Set it to 2, and then it looks like we have to change. All of these, we're going to set the separation to 2. Sides. And so now this is now a different size. 398 by 398, so we suppose there's something we could make this that yeah, like 2 pixels on either side. So let's do 402. Oh, maybe not. See, there's a border on the right, but not. I'm gonna offset it, but I don't want a weird. Yeah, I'm not sure I like that. Maybe we'll do something. I'm just gonna make it 398. Okay, so like that, and you clipped a little bit. These were just placed manually. I like that. I like the look of that for now. Okay, so that's step 1. Was to make this board. I want to now get the pieces out of there. So let's make a new child node, and we're going to call this pawns are not. Oh, create a node T. And then we're going to move all of the guys under there. And that way it just makes it a little that. And this is mostly so that I can use this node to like say find a child with a name, and I can find the by name. Okay. So with that, you can see they're all messed up here. That I just placed individually, not laid out in any. Okay, this is a fool's me. Start the game with never happens in real life. You move this piece here or here, something like this. Now allow the queen. Black allows it. And then our G4. And into H. Checkmate. Can't block it, and there's nothing there. And so, all right, but these are out of order. So what I want to do is I want to center these on the squares, and I want to start by what we're going to do is we're going to animate it like a game. So I need a starting position. Maybe we'll do. We're going to build an animation down here. Starters, I'm just going to like manually put the pieces there, just like if I were manually setting up what I did last time. Got a little bit. Here, this is not exact. We're going to do it exact with the script and now. Animation tools, Godot have a nice little system that allows you to set animation. Down. Just one question. I got this right. I was just watching this video and I was wondering, like, did I really double check whether I had the visualization right? Not really what a chessboard. Chess note. Okay, so I did light in the. Okay, so next thing I wanted to do. It doesn't really matter. All right, so then we're going to create some animations. And what I thought I would do is just prototype it by hand, and I would just do the same thing by hand. Because that's Fool's Mate is the shortest possible mate. Right? I mean, you have a game where you just sign on step one. Win or you can let your opponent win by doing this very stupid thing on your first path to your king. So I was going to set that up as a game to work. Okay, so I thought was start with adding a script to this. I'm going to add a top level script. You drop into another scene. So we'll call this board is a perfectly good. We'll call it chessboard. We create hit this button to create a script, and then sends a panel. Great. We don't need any of this. And I'm going to make it a tool. So you say T. Last video, you were not able to put the same line. Now, here you can. Very nice. I don't like on a tiny screen like this. Quarter of my screen and the font is big. And make this big, it's always on a tiny screen. Okay, so the idea is that something I do, I want to make a little button over here that lets us configure things. What I like to do, very quick and dirty way to make a interactive vector over here. this. Say export something like export var o, and it's a and then colon here, say it equals false by default, colon, and then now you can say when we set it, it's a new value. If b uh, and then b equals mad because do something is function, so whatever you want to do. So say print world. Now because so that's all right. So now because this is a tool, because we said export, click on this node here. We now have this button that matches the name. So it's on or off, and as soon as we click it, it's going to do something. And what it's going to do on this, because it's cool, it's going to run that immediately with the editor. That, and we say, and it did not. Okay. Set it. Sometimes you have to say, let's try it again. Sometimes is not. Sometimes you have to say project reload. Actually prototyped this thing in Godot a long time ago, but Godot's audio doesn't work. It lets you take little clips and stitch them together, and that's what I'm actually using this chessboard for. I want to annotate some of my games, so it's going to create a Godot timeline of voiceover. I don't have to like ramble. Probably if you're watching the, I'm going to make a clipped, I mean an edited version, something else, trippy. Get the word. Anyway, so now this should say this should. There we go. So now it says hello world, and you notice as soon as I click it, it goes away. And so this little technique is a really quick and dirty way to get to get like an interactive script running in your inside the Godot editor. You can customize these inspectors. Like you can make completely new panels all you want, and like whatever controls you want in them. But to do that, you have to write an editor plugin. Whereas if you just say tool, then that's just that just means the script runs in the editor, and then do something like this, and it gives you this. I wish you could like create a method that would define a inspector, but not. Without writing a plugin. Plugin works. But so this is the quick and dirty way. Okay, so what I'm going to do when I click this thing is fire whatever the script is, and I guess the first thing I was going to do. Well, I'm going to clean up, right? I want to clean up the. And the way I thought I want to do that, I want to supply a description of the layout of the piece. Look at here. There's different kinds of chess notation. And Forsyth Edwards notation, like Ben, is a very simple way of describing chess position. I'm mostly looking at this part. So starting position, and basically what it is lowercase are the, I guess, the white pieces. White pieces are uppercase. Okay, so so this is from white's point of view, rows top. So I'm going to take this string and cut it into pieces based on the slash character. And then for each one of these, I'm going to use it to place the piece, the appropriate piece. So that's what I thought I would do first. And then we'll create the reset animation. Grabbing all those. You don't have to place things programmatically, is what I was getting at. So let's actually start with that. Maybe before we touch the code. So you want to create an animation player. Player, yes. Sure, that can be a child. And then we're going to create an animation inside of that player. Click on animation player no matter where you are. Shader editor does. If you're on the output screen anyway, you click on animation player, it takes you to the animation tab. And then you have a bunch of animations. One called reset. You have to create reset. Dot animation name. Okay. I don't know. I'll just call this like I'm a little. There ought to be an animation called. I didn't think you have to create that. Set animation. All right. So anyway, you have to create a position thing we want to move. Position track on. So for this one, I'm going to add a track. Different things you can do. You can record it. Okay. Here we go. So create reset tracks. Now, do we have a reset? Yeah, so reset is that's how reset. So just when you create the things. What I did is I hit this key, create a keyframe at the playhead. I added this. White pawn 6 is going to have this name. This pawn is called white pawn 6, and we're going to move it after the first move. We're going to move it to here. Then the king's pawn moves out. So Here we're going to add a back here, and we're going to add a position. This is why I did this. Grab all the pieces. Go to point 0. Then make a keyframe. Create all 30, 16 things in each army. Therefore, 32 total, and we've already created one. So let's boom. So now we have a timeline for each one. And now if we come here and just mess up the board, do whatever we want. Again, tiny screen. If we lock these, lock. How do you lock? This. Lock selected. Lock these selected nodes. And then now I can just drag the pieces. Right. And then hopefully, in theory, it is true that children of a container get their position as the term. I'm going to change this type. Control. And so control would just take the entire space and take. Okay, so layout mode position is anchors, and then we'll say that this takes up rectangle. Now pieces takes up the rectangle. And okay, so now that it's all messed up, hopefully when we click on animation and we go set, then thing is now nicely. And then we can change these to precisely. You can see that, and you can see that the baseline of these things is not even. If you want to precisely move it, then you move that here, and then you just say update the. Hopefully that. If I play this, if I move it here. Oh wait, because it's recording, it's gonna record the position without me pressing it. If I don't press record, now I can move these around anywhere I want, and then I play the animation. But it did move. That is because I moved this. Change the transform. Now we're going to lock this. Lock it without locking the. Okay. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, so obviously, all the little widgets in here in this tiny window make it very hard to move pieces around. What I'm going to do is to reset it, and then so now we'll go back to the full mate animation, and we will start with. How do you do that? I think I have to reset all of them. I'm not sure how to do that. What I know how to do is just delete this animation. We're going to manage animation, hire animation, trash can icon. And copy this in. Okay, call it. Okay, so because now we have 64 or 32 of these things, we can filter this to just the selected nodes. That's this little icon down here. And we can say, do this. So on this first step, maybe we'll do it on we'll take a 1 second beat. Start here. So we do half a second move after that first. First, we have to set the length of the, I believe is this. So let's set it to like seconds. I don't remember how many steps there are. It's like five or six steps. Okay, so we'll do a 1 second pause, and then right here on 1, move this up to here. That's animation. And make a key. See, it's going to be animated. Okay, so now snap to 0.5 because we're now we need to put a want to do one of those smooth animations here. We need to put a keyframe here to start animation for this piece right here. On put a keyframe right where it is, a duplicate. That little line means that it's the same started, and then at 1.5, we'll put a whole little line so it's not the. Now we can out and the animation play off the snapping. Now we can smooth. Watch these little guys come. Actually, don't know if that's what I want. All right, so turn on snap and back here. Set up just. I'm gonna have the script put things exactly. The script is gonna build this animation, right? But right now I'm just doing it manually so we have the data structure to work with, and in fact it will write a little loops through animation and all the keyframes are. Okay, so now that move. Now we need here. We're gonna add 1.5 to 2 to get this animation. Frame here. And this up 2 squares. And we're going to there. See, no, I didn't put that. I didn't do it. I didn't change the timeline. Right, so you see it's moving. So this should actually be right backward. This. I don't want to delete this. I'm going to duplicate this key. Ah, I've never used this filtering. I've never had this many nodes. Hit the key. Okay. So right here, add a key for this one. Tedious. Like why does it unselect it when I click? I guess because I click on here and then it selects the node. I don't. Okay, so then now at position 2, move it up here. This is why I picked the shortest possible game. Okay, and then the last move is that the queen comes down. Right here. And move. And at this same point, then we'll add a key here. And then 2.5. That's fool's mate. Only a fool would open this. And all right, so now if we play this animation, ended at 3 seconds. And then now we can play it either forward or backward by using these. Or you can scrub back and forth. Turn the snap off, then you scrub smooth. All right, so we have the animation. So we want the program now to build this for any set of moves that we put in. And so again, there's two different kinds of many different kinds of chess notation, but there's two kinds of chess notation that are widely used on the internet. One is called game notation that talks about the steps you take queen at every move. Numbers the steps and gives you, starting with 1, it numbers the steps. Game plies. Each person has one turn is composed of 2 plies. White's move and black's move. So that's written in a algebraic notation, and it works something like this move right here. Move right. I was gonna put letters underneath. People who don't know favorite chess, but from White's point of view, the columns here are named A, B. So this is H, G, F. The F pawn is up 1. It starts on F2 and it moves up to F3. So that move is generally written F3, and it's just known that that's a pawn moving. F3 means move your pawn. You don't have to say what the. But for what I want to do, I don't want to parse that. I want to make a much simpler notation. So rather than just F3, I want to say F2 to F3. So whatever piece is on F2, I'm going to extended algebraic notation or something. That's notation page. Have somewhere. Yeah, close. Um, Yes, no. And table down here. This is kind of what people type in. I want to use this long algebra. But I'm going to move. These are going to be commands that I want to parse. So they're basically like this is a little more redundant, extra than I need, but take the it says move the piece at e2, pawn at e2 to e4. Here it says move the bishop at b5 and capture whatever's on c6. And this says this reversible algebraic. Take the bishop at b5 and capture the knight at c6. I might do this one. It's kind of redundant. Like I don't even need the b and the n, right? Like I could just do this part. And then there's one special move, castling, but there's two different variations of it. Because you can castle to the left or the king side or the queen. That's usually written as 0-0 or I've never seen it written 0-0. I've always seen it written 0-0. I think this is wrong. Whatever. Maybe it's not wrong. Maybe that's just not. There's a specific computerized notation called which is different. Anyway, but so I have some. There are widely available libraries that will translate this, and so by the time it gets to here, I'm going to make sure that it's in this algebraic notation rather than parsing PGN. But I do want to parse fen. So fen is the description of a board, and I think we can parse this line right here because it's just one character at a time, and I think that's pretty easy. So I want to use that to put the pieces in their proper spots, I guess. All right, so that is going to be the first step to get us started with manipulating these things. Here to the script, and so do here is we'll say reset, say setup board, and then initial. Initial position will be constant. And it'll be string in this fen form. Type Edward. I think this says this is white's turn to move, and then these are flags about whether or not you're able to castle, whether black and white are allowed to castle kingside or queen. Like in chess, if you move, castling is like where you swap the position. Like you can move this piece, this king right here, to where the knight is, and the rook comes up here. If these two pieces, that's called castling kingside, and then if the queen is out of the way, the king to where the bishop is, and then all three of these out. But if you move one of the rooks, then you're not able to castle that side, and if you move the king, you're not able to castle either side. So these are flags saying whether or not black and white kings are able to castle. I don't know what this is for. I think that's dash is actually something. The dash indicates whether or not you en passant, like a special move. You have a but if your pawn is up here, like if this white pawn is here, this guy comes down here, you can still capture him. en passant. I guess that would be the number. I guess that probably would say um, 3 or be cheap. Half move clock. Okay, so 0 is indicating that it is we're about to start move number 1, and 0 is that there have been no at all. No move since the last capture or pawn advance. So this completely captures the state of the game at any particular. But we don't care about this. We only care about this first. So I'll take the whole string, but I will use that first. Make this bigger, we can get rid of the animation for now. So this is what we call this spin and it. Spin. Now we don't have a setup board yet, so big function. All right, so and is it okay? So first we will say their position. Cut this string. Can we put it at base? Take the 0, and we're going to just print this. Make sure I got the right. And then if I go to output, close this. That I close that. This. I click on this on. There we go. We did capture that. Extracted and cut off all this. I expected that to work. I was just testing that. Okay, so now say for C in that. Do that in Python. Can you do it in? Yep. Okay, so now we can loop through it. Say for row in split this on / character. Say print row. How do I clear your output? Paintbrush. There we go. So we have to parse these lines. Okay. I don't have a numerator. So in Python, there's a thing called script is very much like Python, but it is there. Rank 1. Oh, actually, rank is 8. Looking at it from white's point of view. White pieces, black pieces. Print the row, and we're going to say rank minus equal 1. Rank that again. Python, there'd be a space there. I don't know. Okay. So now we're gonna um, how about that? We have our little chessboard. I was gonna space it in. Okay, so trying to do ASCII art here. I can just make the board. Okay, so what I want to do is, as we go through here, we're going to find the pieces from this list. So can I say word function? Have a for C in on print this line, we have to make like where S equals, can't print out incrementally, can't print out without flushing. P in row, we're going to say for character in row. If print out the thing. Right, because I did. If I want to see this. Parsing this thing. Okay, so I want to take this and parse this string. If it's a lowercase letter, that's black piece. So the in row I'm thinking ahead to these numbered eights. So right now, I'm not actually sure what happens if you open up the editor. So if I go here, I want to like just remove something. I have some gaps here, and I want to see what the space looks like. It's like here, it's showing it as 8, like a nothing with an 8. But what happens if the space is here? How do I see the 10? The 10 is right here. RN2. Oh. All right, so 2 just means 2 spaces. Okay, that's easy. For some reason, like I was imagining this said P8 instead of 8 Ps, right? If you have 2 knights, not repeating the last thing that you saw, it's just repeating the number of spaces. Okay, so that's easy. All right, so if, how do you test if it's a number? Let's say if C if C is greater than or equal to that, and C 9, then we say where x equals 0, but you would never have a 0 here. Greater than 0 is less than 9. Then x plus equals 1. And so we're going to count across here. Or no, I'm going to parse that as an integer. Parse edge or 0. 0. So ord is the ASCII character of that thing. That parses it. Or there's an integer. Why is this mad? Oh, ord is not found. Is that even a thing? I could have sworn. Why is it turning blue if there's no? Weird. Search for Godot ord. So apparently this is something that used to exist and does not exist in Godot 4. And it seems like maybe that never got fixed. I think ord used to be a top level function in Godot 3. And probably this is a bug in Godot. All right, so how do you parse an int, right? Like in Python. Int. So then x plus equals. What are we saying here? We're moving this x. So what I'm trying to do is keep a cursor going across here. Zero. Everything in the computer is 0, but of course they're numbered from 1 to A1. Well, it's going to be, so the 0 is corresponding to the A. Right, what I'm going to do, what I'm thinking I'm going to do. Like, I'm going to go through the list of things. First, let's just walk through it. First number is R. So it's lowercase, and I know it's a rook. Therefore, I'm going to look for something, one of the pieces called P for black, rook, BR1. BR. To be here, right? BR. But then when I get to this R, I can't look for BR, I have to look for BR2. And so what I also need is some kind of counter for these things. Right? try this. Call it scene where scene. Sorry, it was dictionary. Then for maybe count. Okay, for each in all those letters. Rook, knight, bishop, queen, king, pawn. Rook, knight, bishop. Say scene is okay. It's numeric, we're going to increment the count. Else, I'm going to say if it's so black, it's only going to be one of these characters. It's going to be one of the characters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can even say less than 9. Right? We don't even have to say less than or equal to because we'll never have 9 in a row. Always be greater than 0 and less than 9 if there's a number, 1 through 8. Or it's one of these characters, and we'll find it in here. If it's a valid string, valid fen string, then else black is ASCII table. With the ASCII table, that tells us that the uppercase ones are less than the case ones. Case is less than. Say if T is less than, how about we'll say is low. Is less than, I'm sure there's like an is low. Capital A. Then if lower, then how about we say color is to be lowercase means black, or else white. And the color is coming from then the second character is going to be the second character. So the first color is going to be ERW. I'm just looking at the naming convention I used for these pieces. Oh, by the way, I see people are watching, so if you have any questions, feel free to chat. I'll happily respond. So yeah, so I set up the pieces so that they're named with this convention. Black bishop 2. I could call them 0 and 1. Basically, maybe I should call them 0. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to do some fiddly stuff. Let's call it black bishop 0, black bishop. Otherwise, I have to. These names don't matter. They're just internal names for identifying them here. And white pawn. It doesn't matter which one is named which, but I'll put them in order. Of course, in a game of chess, that pawns have no identity or whatever. It really doesn't matter from a from a chess logic point of view. But when you're animating them, you need to know which one to move, and you want to make sure that you have to be able to name the thing that you're moving. So named by their position, wherever they happen to be. All right, so 0 for black pawn through. Yes, but of course, what happens if later in the game and you promoted a pawn to something else? Name the node. I don't know. King. There's only ever going to be one white king, and one white queen. But I'm going to give them zeros just so that the name is always going to be in this form. Bishop 0, 1. Knight 0. Otherwise, I would have had to say, and nothing if it's seen as 0 and count as 0 and to do this. Yeah, how many times we've seen. You could have more than one queen. So that you could only have one queen, but you can have many queens. You have 9 queens. All 8 pawns plus 9 queens on the side. Black knight 1. Black knight 0. Black knight. All right, so that's done. 32. All right, so now in the script, be able to find them by combining letter C make these uppercase. Maybe I don't even need that. Maybe just instead of black and white, I just use the same notation. So instead of B0, let's confirm that we can do this. I'm gonna call this one B0 with lowercase. I'm gonna call this one B1. See, that is B1. But I'm gonna temporarily call it capital B0. Okay, so that's completely fine. There's no case insensitive provisions here. It's actually B1. And so then I can get rid of the W or the whatever. So 0. Click on each one. Can open the .gcn file in a text editor. And there's only I edited it. I don't. These are the white ones. I'm gonna. I'm gonna call these. I'm gonna make 2 of these. Make a new control. Create. I'm gonna call this white. All my keys. Happen. Why? Oh, because I moved. You can't do that. You can't do that. The board's on top of the piece. The position in this list controls the Z order. Uh, I think you can maybe change that Z somehow, some way through here. Got to be able to ordering. Change the Z. By default, the Z index is determined by. All right, so these are black. Are the white ones? They should have uppercase names. It's not like a spreadsheet, right? So you can't cursor around it. All the black pieces take. Name these lower zero. Throat is getting a little tired. Daughter watches and shows as Ariana Grande on. And she talks like this to preserve her voice. I didn't understand why she talked like that. I wasn't sure if that was really her voice. Anyway, they said that talks like that, train her voice to higher notes, preserve her voice. Probably. Yes, you could talk like this. I am not going to. Okay, hopefully that's done. So, and hopefully when I click on these, we actually get like a rook and a. Looks like it is. So you can see they're not really positioned straight. They're not lined up. Baseline is not lined up. So I'm going to try and address that. I don't actually know how much of a border there is around. Oh, I guess I do. When I click on it, you can see the entire sprite. So you can see the. Yeah, so you can see that the bottoms are not quite lined up. I drew these sprites a long time. I bet if you stack them. I don't know if they're like I don't know if they're like centered or. Y is 375 on the king, and Y is. At least for those two, the baseline is lined up. So maybe maybe when I drew these like 10 years ago, probably just get like the ones everyone else. I don't know. I thought they're a little pixelated. You know, they were 48 by 48 pixels when that was of your screen. And the aesthetic I want to go. So I'm making a video here, right? So I'm going to use this to make animated chess video. And oh, that's wrong. This should not happen. Right here. And if we texture, look like that. You should go to Black Pawn. Why you have it down there. File system. That back to where it was. Traits. Black Pawn. The import. Some way to do this where you never get a don't get this. I want it to look like this. Pixel art. So go pixel art. Canvas item texture. Okay, so something on the note. Canvas item texture is inherit. So if I go all the way up here to top, all the pieces. Texture. Here it is. There we go. Now we get pixel. Okay. I think that's what because I have a whole, I have like a little kind of rotoscope with some myself, and made like a pixel art version of the face, and I made like a bunch of mouths, and there's a program, program called Rhubarb that will take an audio clip and give you mouth shapes, figure out what phonemes you know make the mouth, so you can do lip syncing. And I have a rig that's going to do that, and it's a little pixel art again. So I wanted to, that's the style I'm going. So I wanted these to look a little bit like pixel. I might redraw them or whatever. Anyways, off topic. Okay, so what was I doing? So I was going to take these now that I have the name set up, back in here, and we will use color again. Black. Right. Now we're going to construct a path to find the piece. A var path. So a script on the board itself. Path is color / plus scene or count. Called scene is my dictionary plus scene. And then var node equals get node. And we will say scene plus equals. And then we'll say, like, maybe we could, do search that check Okay. So hopefully that'll all work. We can even print this. Print. And then in our output, what that is when we this, it'll trigger this something, and then I'll call setup board and find all the nodes. String and int and operator. So we have to say string of this. Code not found white P7. It is case sensitive. Black if it is lower, and black is going to be but it's completely okay. I did some it's clearly backwards, but why? I think it's a case sensitive. It is case. Oh, the very first thing is I did this backwards. This is backwards. I looked it up on the chart and then I did this backwards. Pretty sure that's what. Lowercase letters are the lowercase letters come. I did the exact backwards thing. All right, so greater C is greater than Z. Not sure. Yeah. Okay. So it did work. I was just scrolling through the previous errors. All right. So it finds a sprite for each one of those. Good. Print statements. Um. And say var x equals. Say this in Python. Say it in like you can. Nope. I don't really need. I don't really need this. I was gonna print something fancy out here. So get the so we retrieve the node of the thing we're going to put somewhere. We got to figure out where to put it. That's why I'm doing this X and Y thing. Y is actually going to be 8. Y is going to be 7. Y is going to be 8. Chess notation, they're numbered like that. I'm going to use this right here. Like this. Where string Y, say files. Files X plus files is the chess position is A1, and A1 is at the lower left hand corner, but it's lower left hand corner A1. Whereas if it's, we haven't gotten to this, but you have to be able to draw this from both sides, right? And so to do that, we have to wind up doing is flipping this board around. So we're gonna have to reverse all of the first reverse all the rows and all the columns. And if you do both of those reverses, then that would be the same as rotating the board. I believe. The here the black line or the dark line runs away. White's pointing. Line is like ascending from the and if we flip the board, that I guess it's still ascending. Rotated it, but the letters go this. This says A B C D F G. A B C D F G H. And if you flip the board, then it says H G F K, and the numbers go. You have to reverse them. And so that's kind of it. I was thinking about maybe just like getting rid of these squares, but they have two things going for them. One is if you click on one, they all have the script attached to them saying what how to set the color. They can fire an event that says like look at my name. When I click on this, like I know it's the name of that square is. I mean, a good chess player. I am not one, but a good chess player would know that that is the name of that square is called C5, right? A B C 1 2 3 4 5. But I'm saying programmatically, when you click on it, the program would know that F3 got clicked. I can see that just because that. So, and I could do some calculations, like what I'm about to do to like determine the X and Y position based on coordinates. But you have to take the grid size into account and all. And the grid size is just kind of set by. I think the square itself has a has a custom layout. It's typically set to 48 by 48 pixels. But I could also set that in here and set them somewhere in the I think maybe if you don't do anything, I think maybe the way these work is set that you can set it up so that like the controls lay themselves out. So rather than writing that line, it's so easy to to write a grid of squares, so I could have just done that, but I didn't. And I don't know. I was kind of thinking like maybe changing the color of these, to like specify a square by name and changing the programmatically. You might want to do that. Like if like oftentimes when you're doing like this, you can see it like highlights that in green. Where I land, at least in a real game, it actually shows it highlights both squares, start and the end square, two different colors. That you can see what piece moved and where did it come from when it's your turn to move. And that makes a lot of sense when you want to refer to a square programmatically in an interactive game or something. But what I'm about to do, uh, I want to drive the animation, again from the timeline here, and that would mean that I would need to have uh, an filter. There's already 32 animation tracks for each of the pieces, their positions, but I would have to add animation track for each square to say what color it is. And rather than do that, what I'm thinking of doing, if I want to do highlights, square highlights, is just have some floating rectangles that are called the highlight and just move them. And that way I only need before square and the after square, and I can just say, fade in, fade out, move here, move there, and I can just move that highlight around. That's kind of how I'm picturing the animations work. And back up even further. I don't know if I've explained this. My goal is to take a full game. Here's a game I just recently. Bad player. Here's a game where I lost because I playing blitz and I timed out. And here you can see the highlight of the two last move of the game. I was in check and I didn't know what the thing there. No, I just probably ran out of time. I'm trying to say it. So this is the stylized version of the portable game notation. But if you go to the analysis board, you can get actual browser analysis, question backend. Am I looking? Way to download. Download. Copy variation. And now we can paste it in. Oh. Okay, so here's this might actually be that exact game. I don't know. It doesn't. I don't think it's. I think I went looking. Oh yeah, so I'm playing against Vito. So yeah, so this is what I got back. Minus there were no new lines. I went through and put new lines in there just so I could see what I was dealing with. And I don't want to parse. What I'm getting is I do not want to parse this in GD script. I'm going to have some other tool that does this. I have some Go code that already deals with notation. I didn't write it. I use a module written in Go. I have some Go code that deals with chess, and so I'm going to use that to convert this to a set of moves. What I'm picturing is I take that set of moves. First move will be, in this particular case, real game, so you started from the initial position. So, but you can also have games where you set up like a puzzle or that position. So then what I'm picturing is step 0 is going to be make it. What I'm picturing: export there, steps, size. Is a list of strings. That would be array. Height is array string, and string is capital. I have an error. Now when I click on this, we have a list of piles, right? We can add, sorry, piles, plies. Plies are the half term. So that they would correspond to these lines. This one says one is G3. So I guess what I want is, I was thinking, so I want this to be like G3. But rather than G3, like you still have to parse and figure out what that means. What it really means is move whatever's on G2 to G3. Then the next step is E5, which means whatever's on, that can't be right. Yeah, okay, G3, I opened with G. Oh, right, because I tend to, most common move is E3 would mean move the chess, you know what I'm talking about. This piece up and then slide the bishop out on your here, really. Anyway, so G3 is with the move, and then I want to put these in here. So then E3, E4. That was the next move. Sorry, it was E5. So that next piece moved a piece in the middle up 2 squares towards me. King, squares towards. Right. So basically, I want this. I'm modeling these steps, except here Lichess is already smart enough to do this. Since I already have the logic that parses all this in Go, I'm going to just run it through that stuff and then just paste in much simpler notation that just says. And then when you capture something, it would be like, usually you say there's some piece on like G. Maybe that's a captured something. The X to take it. But I don't really care whether it's I say whatever's there, which implies that I've got some array that maps pieces, squares to sprites. I can move. In other words, I'm not building a chess engine, right? I'm going to build a thing that moves sprites around to these coordinates. The X is actually important because it means it means that there's something there and you have to hide a sprite, right? You have to show a death animation. It might just be hiding the sprite. Kind of picturing like someday, I keep doing a bunch of these and then I keep improving it, and maybe someday then the animations are like a game called Battle Chess, that like little 3D knights and whatnot. I thought I'd take these guys and animate their faces on. We'll see. Make the little pawns walk. That's way down the line. Right now, I want this. Right, so on a timeline that smoothly animates, rather than doing it by hand like I did here, I want to generate it. So that would come from this. And probably for today, I will paste these in, but I'll do. Then I'll eventually generate this and be able to paste it in as a string. And if I were to make this into a product, then test logic in Godot itself, parsing logic. All right. Anyway, one thing I was saying up here is that rather than I could have just made like one drawing rather than have objects square. But because I did this, then I can use that, right? I can use that to place these pieces relative to the position. So now, I think what I can do is find the square, okay, and then I can say, I believe that's going to be a name like A5 or something. Here, checkbox to trigger something. Output, and error is not declared. Oh, that is because old errors. Yeah, so there we go. A8. Okay, but Y is not. My X and Y are transformed. Oh, I see. So as you're going through the Y direction, start with Y equals 8. And as you loop through row, you set X equals 0 and go left to right. Then after you are done with that, then you should point at that. I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm just trying to preserve some space. Okay. Rank equals. I think rank is my Y variable. No dictionary, there's comprehension. Can't do this. So I think you can say, I think it's pretty flexible about this. Actually say I hate picking up. I hate not being able to see all my code. Right? I'd rather have it a little unreadable than not on my philosophy. Okay, so okay, so get node. I can say so. It's now at the end of this loop, we say x plus equals 1. Here we say x plus equals 1. At the end of this loop, we say y plus equals 1. Right? Actually, we're counting down, so we're minus equals. Actually, because y and rank are the same. I just gotten that. Okay. So now I would expect this to. Those are all my squares. That particular order. Enumerating from the top left and going from white's point of view, enumerating from the top left and going, closer to the white player. Basically, okay, which is what the order you get in pen notations. Okay, what's next? So now that I've identified all the squares and I've identified the pieces, the piece, um, what I want to do is I want to position the pieces relative to the squares, right? So the question is, how big are the squares? I believe they're 48 by 48, and I believe I made them 48 by 48 because because these guys are 48 by 48. Pixels are, I mean, the sprites are 48. Yeah, 48 by 48, and the squares are 48 by 48. So that makes it very easy. Now I can just set the position of one to the other, right? I can just say position, sorry, a piece location. Because it's right. Now it's knows what type it is. Position equals I'm just gonna say find node, and that will like recursively walk down the tree to find it. It's a little inefficient, but it's not that. It's not so. I mean, you're gonna do it 32 times, and it's not that big. We find the square, make that a I guess presumably you get a type error if it finds the wrong thing. I don't know. Maybe you don't. I don't know. Piece position. Since they're the same size, that ought to just work. Find node not found. Did you mean find child? Yes. Like here I can calculate the exact thing, but here I don't. I do know. It's the get node. You know exactly where it is. Get node. I'm on the board, so we say ranks. I'm on the board. The script is on the board. Script that I'm editing. I can talk to ranks, ranks / rank plus string I plus / plus that. Okay. Back to the scene. Here we look at this, and if I click the button now, I expected. Every time I move the piece, I have to scroll to get back up here, right? And I no longer have and I have to go. I lose the button. Is what I'm getting at. So I have to scroll back up here, click on this in order to get this button, because like I didn't. Again, you can make an editor plugin to put whatever control you want here. But I the thing where very quick and dirty way to do that, where you give you a button checkbox here by putting a boolean property and then just setting it to false, and then whenever you click it, it sets itself to false and triggers triggers an event. That's what's happening. But I lose that button if I scroll if I'm not clicked on, not highlighted on the board, and every time I click on piece, then I'm down into wherever that piece. All right, whatever. So I would expect this to put these in the right place, but it does not. So what's happening? Trying to assign value of type color rect to a variable of type node. Okay, so a color rect is not a node. Color rect is a control. A color rect. The answer to my question is yes, it does. Oh, I don't need to run this. It would be nice if the button were right there. Instead, we can go on the button. I think, yeah. Because because individual square these are laid out by their parents, and basically the name is something different, not transform it, not position it, something. I think it's called location. Oh, call this control. I can just click docs. Canvas site. I'm just looking to see how do you get the position offset. Um, okay, so they're first of all these are centered on the upper left hand corner. um, and they're all these are all positioned relative to the row, right? Because again, I want to be, at some point I'm going to rearrange the squares to make it, flip the board around. So I have to reverse the rows and the columns. And these are basically, if you look at the layout, the Y position, transform is going to have it at 0. Y position is 0, and so that's why the Y. Now when I translate this to here, I see whatever's on this square is winding up here, and whatever's on this square winds up here, because the Y position is always 0 for every one of them. I need to get the Y position parent. And then for these sprites, offset is they're all centered. I think you can get like a global. There's some way to get a global transform, global position. And you can set it. So, okay, so then I can just set the global. Then I don't have to worry about it. I can just replace all these with global. Back here. And click this. Oh, sorry, this is the button that goes whether that square is dark or not. I'm this, right? And then I want to, because they're all centered. I could fix that in two ways. I could fix it in code, or I could just change that checkbox. Which one is easier? What I intended. Set the offset, not center. Side is offset. Okay. So in theory, this set all of these in their positions based on the fen. So if I take the fen of this position, some random position name, arbitrary position. You have these nice annotations I want. You could just grab the fen of any. This. Share and export. There we go. So share and export, the fen changes with each. Okay, so I grab this thing, and then I go, hopefully. Game fen is do this. Just change that from init fen to game fen. Okay, and then I'm going to click here. You make all the squares, select everything. Lock them. You have to select every one of them. I'm just trying to keep these showing me when I clicking on the board. Ideally, if I do there, then now I can click on the board and I get the board. That's what I want to see. All right, so I got to lock all these on here to get that same effect. If I just clicked on a lock square, then right now I can click on have the option. All right. Okay. Point of all that was that I could click here with one click and get any. Not have, not to fight. Okay. Now I can still move pieces around. And when I click on that, it should also be. Oh no, but I don't want to. Still want to be able to click on the board. There's the danger of moving. Invalid access token 8 on base object of type string. Okay. So on line 27, I have a 7. Saying files 8 is wrong. This needs to be inside the else. Otherwise, I'm adding an extra. I think I originally had that. Okay. Click here, and then can I hide these stations? I can. There we go. I can hide the lock. So that's under view gizmos. Okay. Now that didn't go in the right. Guy didn't get moved. Oh, because so that piece was left over from just me moving it around, and I didn't like. This is probably like P8 or P6. So I guess P8, P7, and P8 are they're probably not really there in the game. Yes, these are pawns there. What's happening is that these pieces are not on the board, and so I need to basically clear the board, take all the pieces. On the board. They did this one moved back, but that's really there in the game, and it's not P8. It's just not what I originally called P8 when I numbered them across here. This is 5. There should only be 5 white pawns on the board. Right, so what I need to do is clear all of these, move them off the board. I'm picturing like having a list of captured pieces. Like, what if so these right here? These are controls, but they could be board is this. So what if we add another panel, another control? Container is lays out its children. It's what what I'm picturing in my head is a H box. H box container. And that's going to be the new scene root. And right click and say make scene. That, it, allowing that to fully expand within this. I give this a different. What I'm picturing then. So now this is horizontal laying out pieces. So I want to put something next to this, and what I want to put next to it are these pieces. Next to the board, I'll put black and white pieces. Or maybe I make this a V box. It says H box. The name was H box. Vertically stack these things and put the. I'm picturing like these are the ones you've captured, right? they go back in the box when they're done. I don't know. Maybe this is. I can move it. But the idea is at the start, we're going to make all of the children of like I think I'm going to reparent them, and so then this would be like a type to change this to a H box. I know I'm not making coherent sentences. Um, make the width of this whatever the width of this was. 98. So I'm going to make the board. I'm going to make the okay. V box is going to be 98. $198. Okay. Oh, because I told the board to expand. I guess I should put like some padding in here. So I should put one more control that does the expansion. Maybe I just don't expand anything. Make this 390. Like a minimal correction. I could have sworn there was a way to change the size, like size. Say that. Be part of the control interface. Oh, custom. I didn't see it. Maybe because I was like this, I couldn't see what it said. I don't know, but custom minimum size is 398 by 398, and it will respect that. Everything else follows from that. Ranks. That's part of the board. And then this box right here, if I change custom minimum size, I want that to be 398, Y to be 48, so at least tall enough to hold. No, actually, whatever 48 times. I want that to be here so I can hold 2 lines of these. Oh, and in fact, I don't want that. I want a change type. I want a grid, and that will actually do what I'm picturing, which is just store all the pieces. Grid container. Have 8 columns. Okay. Some size is that size. Because the global positions are set on these. Is that the problem? Now all the pawns are here and they are that direction, right? I'm expecting this to lay these out. Oh, these not. I see. Sprites are not controls, so they do not get laid out that way. Sprites are meant to move around anywhere you go, anywhere you like. I cannot do this. Okay. I cannot do what I wanted to. If you put controls in here, if you just put like color rectangles in here, you could actually like make this whole grid by just putting 64 squares directly into grid. Can't do that with only controls get laid out that way, and sprites are not. I could change them into something, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so but anyway, I'm picturing like a. I'll make this child node. I'll just change this into a color rect, a panel. Now we got a panel that's that size. I'll have to manually. In other words, what I'm picturing is that these are the captured pieces on either side. I don't know, maybe. So they would start out here, and then you would put them on. I might not keep. Weird with the not having the file there. Rounded corners. Not a new thing. What did I do? Ah, got where the thing, right? I, I don't have that on. Oh, I do. Right here. Okay, so then new plat. Whatever you want. Oh, and then oh, I see. Because this is locked, I'm clicking on the V box right now. Now that they're not. then I wanted to change the background. Okay, and then I will do the same over here for y. How about that? That radius. Okay, I can deal with that. That's like the game and the place where you capture your. And let's call these tray or something. Tray. Tray. And we'll call it tray. Call it tray. Okay. And make it a tool just so it runs in the editor. And now I'll just again use. Trick is a export to there, and go or whatever. It's a false. And setter new value, which is true. If he then do something, do that will trigger now because do we want in this case our code in get so say our count I and calls a call their gap I. Child and children. We're going to lay them out in the grid. Child position vector their x and y. X is I times size squares. Where y gap. So gap size gap size gap size plus Probably a way to simplify. And then y is going, not I, is it? Or x is I mod y is, we have integer I divided, I think double slash is not the number. Not, it is I divided by column. Worked, I think. Okay, I'm wrong. Child in children is not, so you have to say get children. So in theory, if I press that button, it should lay out all these on white. That button. Not declared in. That I think it ran. No, it did not run at all. So that's again, you have to say project reload. Trigger the had to do this. All right, so now I've said hello, and I believe since it ran, that should be. Oh, well, the gap is too big. Second, it did not go to the second line because I think that's. Oh, all right, you want this? This is right. Multiply it by 4 to the row number, but then you have to multiply that by the cell size. So the same logic is how you would. I could have drawn the grid to begin with. Just drawing squares that way. Is that how I want them laid out? Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay, that's an interesting thought. First, I'm gonna tweak this a little bit and get rid of the initial. They already have enough of a border here that I'm going to get rid of that initial gap size. I think. Set the gap size to 0. Oh, I think I actually want. Yeah, they should line up with the whatever the gap size is here, which I put inside the board. I set the gap operation is. I think that maybe I don't use the initial gap though. Gap size should be 2. This should also be. But I think I'm just going to manually adjust them up. They're meant to almost sit above this line. They're not centered in the thing. I want them centered up here. Here I'm going to lift them. I Yeah, something like that. That's what I want. But I can already tell this is going to be dark. This, but darker. Maybe probably at some point. Okay, and then we got to put that same script on here. So you add the script. You can find the script. Okay. And have this button. And the order in which they appear is completely arbitrary. Thinking that now, okay, so now when I run this, I need to move them out of the trays into the board, right? So maybe I'll call this the white tray. Black tray. And inside the board, I have another area that is the add an arbitrary control that is the layout will be transform entire rectangle. Area is the board. Do the piece. I think I will lock that as well. Rather than so I'm going to add a thing called clear. Add another one of these stickies here. Clear. Here. Such a use. It's easy, but it's a very useful hack. I wish you could just like say, you know, these widgets over here. You can't. So if E, that what we'll do here is uh, child in get get piece. We have to do this is lowercase thing. I'm just going to copy it. So there's C P name, first letter of the name, black or white. Then I'm going to say P set parent. How we say tray, var tray get color. I'm going to call these white and black. I don't have to. I already did that. Color plus color. Then tray add child. There's a trick you have to do. Not as clean as just add child. But we're going to add child. Cannot use subscript operator on a base of type string name. Okay. So how about we say they're black tray get no black white tray. Might I think we can say on ready there These are going to just be constant. Tray and white tray. Tray. This is a syntax for letting you child know. And on ready means when it's added to the scene. So basically, the variables that we can anywhere. I'm gonna have to modify this up here in a second. In fact, the very first part of this should be called, just in case any. So now, so tray back tray is else tray color, and we add the child to the piece. I think there's something else you have to do here. Let's just see if it works. I think there's something else you have to do with parent. Saying hello because it's clearing the things every. Okay, so it's not cleared it and then it didn't do anything. Probably the clearing the board is breaking. Yeah, I think it's this. Print done clearing. My guess is that does not ever get that. Okay, so I'm going to look up parent. I don't think there's a reparent. Is there? Okay, hang on. Wow, that's new. I haven't seen that before. So reparent to the tray. Try that. Then done. We want to say white tray. I want to tell it. You know. I mean, I did not use it. So let's see. Nice. Right, so organizing white tray and dies. Nice, that did work. Why does it not say black tray organized? Have the same script. Because I'm clicking on so I'm clicking on this. I need to click on the board and then on clear. Non-existent organize in base init. Do that. Well, the other thing you can do, I want to have a problem is it's not a child of this, so I can't find it that way. I'm surprised it won't let me do this. I guess it. I thought you could do that, but you just say it's a node, and you say export, and then it won't have an organized, will it? You can say you can give this a class name, but maybe you don't have to. Let's just see. I think it lets you do this. I think it lets you call arbitrary things. Now the board, we have to tell it where the tray is. White tray, okay. Black tray. White tray is. Now when I clear it, there you go. We clear everything and back to normal, and go. We didn't do the reparent, so we couldn't find the. This now we have to look for them. The idea is that now I move them off the tray, off the board into the tray, so we won't have like stray pieces that aren't being moved out of the tray, and we can see like what has been captured as we put the pen in. On it. Script. This now what we need. Yes, we want this. Yes, we want this. But to do that, I think we want this thing here again. This line here. Pick a tray based on the color of the thing we want. Because we ran clearboard, you know all the pieces are in the trays. Then tray is this. A tray get node. Now we don't need any of this except for the string. Sorry, we need C plus that. C is the the symbol for the piece. Get node on the class directly and make an instance instead. Sorry, this is not meant to be equal to a type. That's now valid assignment of property or global position with value of type vector to a base object would not found Q black tray. That means there are two black queens. Okay, so we hit the problem already. I'm gonna backtrack. That pawn was just promoted, so I'm gonna move back one step. So I can avoid that problem. I expected that to happen, but at some point I didn't want to deal with it today, right now. And so yeah, the Q1 is the first one is queen 0, the second one is queen 1. So okay, so go. And probably we should reset the captured beat afterwards. All this organized trays. And trays. And this. I think what that's going to do is actually clear everything, because I did not do the reparenting yet. I think this right here is still a child. Yeah, it's still in the tray, even though it changed its global position, but it's still inside the. As far as the tree is concerned, it's still inside the tray. So when I run this, I'm expecting it to put everything in the tray, even though I did go, because I just did organized tray at the end. Yeah. So so we're going to say piece parent and here I can just call it whatever. Part of that path directly. I couldn't do it these because they're outside of the hierarchy. I think you can do it, but I thought the dot would work. All right. And now if I say go, I expect it to show the game. There we go. I'm happy with that. You could argue that the spacing looks a little weird on the white versus black, but I'm okay with this for now. So now I'm 3 hours in. I'm at the 3 hour mark. I can read a fen and put the board on the screen. But I don't really need to do it. It's not terribly important. Because presentations I'm doing, the only fen I really needed to parse. So I'm going to change this back to init fen. I mostly just wanted to test it. Take out some bugs. Glad I did that. Init fen. Okay. Oh, broke our animation. Those little warnings that just popped up were telling me the reset couldn't work. That's okay. That's fine. I don't think you can do reparent in an animation. Right. Like all the animations are probably broken because the even black tray is paths are gone. I'm going to assume that because like you can't reparent like that during a an animation. This should do nothing, right? They're all broken. Right? So let's just delete all these animations. The animation reset, yes, and all these errors. Our animations are dead. Press this button. Black tray is empty. The white tray is empty. I may have to rethink that. I mean, I definitely have to rethink. Well, I mean, if I want the animation, so okay, so they're two different things. One is that I have a component that I can use again for interactive games and stuff, and then you use a script to tell it where you want to put these, and it's easy to put them in any parent you want. From a scripting point of view, everything I've done is fine. From an animation point of view, I think maybe what I do is just hide these trays, and we just go back to this is the initial position. Because we're always going to look at this. And then when I take something off the board, what I'll do is I'll just hide it. Okay, so then all the pieces are now in here. Select them all. Do what I did before again. Is to add a keyframe for them. How do I do that again? Animation, new animation. Again, we will call this 8. I'm not going to go back and rebuild the whole by hand again. We're going to do it programmatically. But I'm going to put the initial key. Now, don't need rotation. I'm just going to add keyframe for all the selected items. Create 30 new tracks and insert keys. Yes. And do I need to set a reset track? Yes, I would. Just to test. Things around. And if I play the reset animation, I think I'll go back to the right spot. Okay. So really, the reset just does the same thing now that like it's a cached version of the result of laying out the initial thing, the initial. But before, 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, I was doing that by hand by manually positioning. Now I have a script that puts they're all exactly aligned and whatnot. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit more, and like I said, I'm going to assume that I'm getting the steps of the game in in like the extended algebraic notation that's parsed. You know, it occurs to me that maybe I do want the more concise notation because like that's what people are used to seeing, and I might want to actually put that on the screen. But maybe it doesn't matter. I think like I watch a couple of chess channels. And usually they just show they don't show in screen recording. Usually they just show the board and they're doing. I don't know. My video is not going to contain the extended place notation, at least for now. Maybe that's a nice thing to have as so having said that, now let's make the we're gonna make a new tool. So it's just an arbitrary node, and we're gonna call this the game editor. So again, okay, so again, I get it in this form. This is not the um. So I'm gonna run this. Actually, I don't get. This is all in one line, and that I get it. Download. Yeah, these things and actual notation is all fine. All just strung together, and I inserted. This tells you the clock, which I do want to show at some point, and the evaluation tells you like who's here. Black is winning. I'm black in this. I lost this game. And it tells you the engine's view of how strongly one side or the other is winning. So negative means -9 means black is nine pawns ahead or like has a queen. In fact, I think because the pawn gets um well no. You don't get never the way the engines work is it assumes that you're going to make the best move at every step. The evaluation is always given up to the other player. Like if the evaluation moves the other direction, it means one direction or other. It means somebody did a mistake, right? You can never improve your position by making a move. Oh, that doesn't seem to be true. You would expect that the I don't know, maybe the game can see a little bit further ahead, finds the position. I would expect you not to lose valuation. I'd expect it to stay the same or get worse. I don't know, whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, so anyway, what I'm getting at is I want the game editor to have a thing where you can type a game in here. I'm going to add a script to this game editor. Kind of prefer game editor. And we're going to make it a tool again. And we're going to export a multi-line string. Export game. Say we call it move. Call it a string. Case. I want export variable. Pretty sure there's a way you can make this without having to write a. Pretty sure I've done that. No vector. godot 3. Sharp. Property hint. Not familiar with this. Oh, this is C# syntax. So maybe that would be export. Ah, okay. Export. Yes. Okay. now moves this. All right, so now I'm going to put in mate was I think rather than putting numbers and all that stuff, I'm just going to G2 to G3. We just do it. We do several variations, but we're going to do I guess F3. So F2 to F3. I'll put two. I'll do plies with a space and then okay, so F2 to F3, and then 7 to E6. Then let me move G2. Not to G4, and the queen comes down from D8. The letter Q. I'm gonna do it, yeah, just so it's fine. Q 8 H checkmate. So I'm asking myself, when does this actually happen? I mean, when do I get the event? If it can be on every keystroke, I don't think so. On every keystroke, you don't want it firing off. Oh, it did. Yeah, so as soon as I hit the letter A, every key, it's not every keystroke. It would be changing while I'm typing. I don't want that. I want like a button. And again, I'm going to use this trick. So, can I do a? Okay. I thought maybe there was. Again, you can use a plugin to make anything. Okay. I use this all the time for making. Cool, it runs in the editor. Project export, and same thing. So export there. Oh, it's false. Set the value. So I usually just call it do something. Hi. And I put the. Why I could just put direct. I could just directly. What do I want to do? I'm saying the do something is redundant because directs to. What do I want to do? When I press this button, I want it to take this string and make animation. Build animation. Okay. put it at the bottom. So because I didn't. I'm not paying attention. I'm just waiting for this button to. There we go. Okay, so now I've got something like a form. I type this in here, and then I'll click go and on, and it'll do. At least that. Yeah, no, you have to. Oh, if printing hello and tries again. Surprised I had to do it. I could have. I don't see any problems here, but maybe I'm doing something. That's what I would expect. I expected to say hello. Okay. So build the animation. Okay, so we're gonna have a reference to the animation player. So export there. Player animation player. So at the bottom. We assign it and we just pick an animation. Now we have a reference. Basically, that was an assignment to this. We can move this around in the so we'll track that. Okay, and then we have the string, which are so let's say for turn in that we're gonna in let's just say line and move it. Not gonna. I want comments. Not gonna worry about that now. Um, if line trim trim right. edges. I thought it was called. I see. Strips white space, but you have two flags you can pass in. Line strip edges. I think you can even. I think that's just falsely, but if not line strip edges, make it ignore white space for that line. And here, uh, didn't continue print to line. Okay, so now when I press this, I would expect to see lines printed with no spacing. Okay. What do I actually do? I need to be able to go from a square to the thing on the square. Um, I'm almost picturing that in this script here, build a data structure that is a mapping of the maybe in a different script. Build a mapping of the square names, the name of the piece that is on it. Or the name of the sprite that is on it. Pieces don't have names, but in this case I need to know not just a pawn, white pawn, whatever, regular pawn. Maybe that pawn is later turned into a queen or something, but it's still, as I'm tracking through the game, I can't change the name of the thing. So it could be a queen that name is like pawn 3 or something, capital P. Um, because we're going to generate a static animation, just a set of keyframes on the on a timeline like had an hour or two, 2 hours. Um, Oh, okay. So another thought. Let, us just skip ahead here. Let me just manually translate this small enough that we can just manually translate. And maybe I'll do what I'm talking about now is here. So let's say I'm just going to ignore the game, make it a constant. Game is just data. First thing is going to be a list of lists, and the first list is going to be the piece name. The piece on F2 is what? It's going to be pawn like 5 or pawn. This pawn right here is called capital P. Okay, capital P5 is move. F2, F3. Then pawn on E7, lowercase p. P. That is going to move from E7 and the idea is that we will parse this string and build this data structure. Then pawn again, so that's the pawn P6. I could have called him. No, you can't call him. Works for, numbering them with the letter would have been fine. Pawns, but not. The whole point was to throw in the one to figure out. E is the fifth letter of the alphabet. All right, so now we move. Last one, lowercase q, flat q. Station always 0 because it has to have a number, and that moves from 8. And I guess really the animation should know. It should know what. It already have this number. Really, it'll just be this. Just be these with no this piece to here, and maybe something that's like killing some other thing. Maybe if you you'd have. But again, you would the name of the node in Godot is never going to be N2 because you can't change the name of a node. In an N. Might be a knight that has the same piece. Okay, so these are the only steps in pool. So parse actual move. Now, now, game is guessing. Okay. Rather than parse that string, we're going to just let's just print the game. Make sure everything's say for step in game. We'll say sprite there. Sprite. Sprite 2D. And that is get child. Actually, we can say, I think we can do this. It caught me. Name is a property of so ID in there. There. Zero and oh, you cannot do that. Game can we equal? I think you cannot do that. We'll say var ID 0. Var 0 structured value assignment is item discussed in the past. The idea is it basically is but they might do. There's 1 equals step. Okay. What we want to do is we want to turn this into a frame. So we need a function called like square spec. How about square position? We don't have to calculate anything. We have to find it. So we already know how to do that. I'll just make that a square I'm gonna do. It's not the fastest way to do this. Cache this again, so it's not a real time thing. Generating export var board. And string is word and I think you can put a hard coded path in there. I better hard coded path anyway. Right, so the way now then the result of this turn get I have to say find child SQ. Did it work? Not doing anything. Again, this is called get square. Square. Not that it's a we could use the times from the thing eventually. Like how to thinking to myself. Imagining building a timeline, one of these timelines. Numbers are in seconds. So I'm looping through these steps and I'm figuring out where am I going to put them. P5, I have to find the node named P5, which is this guy. And then if I hit this button, it'll highlight only. Black one. Okay. I'm going to add a node over, or add a keyframe at a certain intervals. Like, then the question is how, as far as the playback goes, how do you want the animation to play out over time? And you could just have the pieces come one after another, or the moves come one after another. Or you could use time codes. Say I want to wait this much time. And if you're going to do that, then you could either do time code the actual game, or the time code the idea is you're making a commentary video, like an annotation annotating a game and doing commentary on the game. So sometimes the move is like the common move is like very first move is always equal to many players, right? That's that's always the first move for some players. Some players will always make it. So it's not much to say if first move is d4. It's that's very often the very first move. And often the next move is this, right? And so it often goes like this. Okay. Okay, well, I move that guy. So this the knight attacks this pawn. This so things like this. And I think this comes out here, and this is Steve called. Um, but commentator would not spend a lot of time on those moves. But then if the next move was like this or something, that's kind of off book. It's not what you would expect the next move. Kind of a weird. And might talk about. Meaning the point of all this is that we need another field. It's like how long are we going to wait between offset? That I don't want to just put like manual timestamps in here. They're always going to be in order. I'm going to call it a delay. Let's call the first delay like 0.5, and then we'll do this one 0.5, and we're going to pretend that the next move is like a really scary move. Give like the narrator, whoever's narrating the video, a little extra time to second delay here. That's right, which means that these are the reason why it would be very nice to have structuring assignment like okay. And so we're going to call the very first thing that's wait. Okay. Time. All right, so we're going to move across. So we're going to each step okay, but we also have like a fixed I'm gonna call it like a constant duration. That's how long we're gonna take to make it. I think I did 0.5 in the with the quarter of a second. Maybe these are a little. That's fine. Play with the times later after we. So duration is basically we're at the end of this. We're going to say plus equal. Right. Move duration plus delay is the word. Rather than call this animation, I'm going to give this a fixed name for now. I got to find this animation. I have to find this animation object. My name. The way we're going to do it, a little bit tedious. See, okay, so what needs to happen? We're going to change this format. I want to change it. We want to build something else. We're not going to just build the animation as a bunch of things directly. I want to build a data structure. I want. Like I want to replace this with the track name. I mean that is the track name. Name happens to match. Track name is by with up. That's actually fine. But then this is going to be the start time of the. We have to take this running sum, right? Play between events or whatever. Running total of this plus the duration of. I'm going to calculate start time, track number, property to animate, which is generally going to be the position. It could also be the capacity ability lands on a capture a piece. I'm not going to do capturing. 11 o'clock here. I'm going to. But I need to translate these into vectors. I kind of want to make an intermediate thing. Because this is complicated. And maybe I'll just make a function. Add keyframe. Really, we want to say t plus equals play. add keyframe for I don't even need this. I don't need this sprite because I'm not manually moving the sprite. I need the track number. I'm going to add keyframe for uh, ID, piece ID, ID of the piece. Position. Maybe we'll call this track or whatever. Track ID. Whatever. How about we say add position? I'll add keyframe. Don't wind up changing this. Then, and then for which one we're going to call it the ID at a particular time. Here, end time is t plus. Keyframes have a text. Maybe they don't. I could have sworn they. Okay, but it's a constant anyway. Just that in a minute. Let's say add move. ID at time t. Then we're going to move from position get where sq0 to get position get position. Strings. Oh, square where takes the name of the get turn where global pose that and okay, and then we don't know what add move is. And ID time and zero is find and add a keyframe. I'm just going to print how does this times are not increasing. Right thing. Oh, okay. So these are the times. Start at 0. Paired. Translating this, E5 starts at after the delay, another delay, plus the duration of the itself, the duration of this 2, and then we add 2. All that's working, and the positions look possible. I guess we'll see if they work or not. Okay, so now what we want to do is add animation or add the keyframes on this track on these tracks. I think what we can do is we can copy the track called reset. Right, so the very first thing we will do is do say like clear anim. Maybe call the animation name or something. Property there. Animation. Clear animation. Sometimes I don't read the error messages. Imagine what the errors are. Actually notice it. Not showing up yet, so I have to stop and click back, and now it. The very first thing that this should do is that animation. Right, so the animation player, so we're going to say player get animation. Copy animation. State. I thought there was something like that would copy an animation. Well, okay, we don't have to do anything. We can play we can manually play the reset animation. It says it has a library, but like, I'm missing something. How do you get to the animation library? Contains a dictionary of animation library resources. Sounds like you don't actually get the library by itself. I just did this earlier for something. I was working on a different aspect of this, laying out the sound, right? All right, so let me find the code for that. That would be get animation list. Oh, because it's not actually an animation player; it's a animation player. There, get animation. Get. Aha! Documentation is missing this information. Okay. Let's undocument it. Or okay, so there, get. Okay, so yeah, there's a bunch of document the Git library and all that stuff exists, but they're not. There's a gap in the documentation. No problem. Okay. Documented here. So what animation mixer? Not a gap in the documentation. Heritage. Okay. Now we go. Now we have. That was my. I was looking for all this stuff. I thought there was a copy. Get animation. Copy in. That's fine. You can use the reset animation that thing. I'm being lazy. I don't want to like manually recreate the layout that I already did. Because again, the layout I did was all done with the sprites, and now I wanted track names onto the sprite. Can I add a track to an add track? Yes. I can add a track, set a path, easy. This is basically what we're doing. Yeah, at the end we're going to say animation. I think what I will do is just if the animation exists, I will delete it. And I will only add tracks for the things that I need. And it will just for now expect you to have already run the reset animation. I'm okay with that. Because then because I can fill in, I can copy that reset animation. I mean, you just have to loop through all the keyframes, like the first keyframe for each. You can manually copy it. very low level. But I'm just not going to mess with it tonight. Not copy the. Okay. That means this play this one frame. So okay. So I'm gonna programmatically delete all this stuff animation. Okay, so animate has animation. We can't delete it. Or again, it doesn't document. So have an animation name here. So if player has animation name, player okay. So since it already exists, let's just say if player has it not player has animation and player no okay. Then player anim player get name file anim track count greater than 0 anim track okay. Add move probably cache this again. This is a very small amount of work. Get the animation not anim track as maybe we should say want to ensure the track exists. Track ID. Copy track. Okay, so you can copy tracks, but not. Oh, I looped through the thing to find the tracks. I in range get track count. Turn the integer. They're found. If I anim get track get name. Let's just run this. I'm expecting that to call this, right? Hmm. Oh, so there are no tracks, right? So okay, so then if not found, if anim. Can't do that. Let me add one so I can find it, right? I want this to succeed so I can find the thing. Find the first one is P5. I'm going to add a track for P5 position property track. Find P5 in here. And then pops up. Now we have P5 position. Now we should. Now when I run this, I should see this one printed out. I don't see the line. I would expect it to be printed this time. Oh, because I cleared the okay. Right, because it's dumb. All right, so we successfully cleared it. Now we have to add the thing back. Okay, so if not found, we'll do it on the next. Now add it, and then in the anim add track. It is position 2. Turns the turn. We don't even need this. Find it. We'll return. Nothing here yet, so let's run this, and then it'll add each one, and then we'll growing. Or not. Does not work. That didn't. Now you can see it growing, but it's not. All right, so add track. Set track set track set path. Track. X. Now hopefully this is growing. Hmm. We have to say that this is, say, the root node, currently the board. I think what we want is the piece. Try that again. Put that back to the board. Okay. Wrong. Maybe I should just loop through the. When I do this, maybe I should hear animation. Whatever. I'm thinking about building the reset animation initial key. Um, I could do this a better way. I'll probably change this. Now, finding that. All right, so now it actually finds. So you can see the icon actually works now, right? And we only have the pieces that are mentioned in the game. I do think I should start it with all the pieces. I'm not going to do that tonight, as long as this. Um, so now what we want to do is want to add the key. Here's the keyframes. We've added tracks for all the positions. Now we have to add some keyframes. So again, you're going to imagine that the I might have to add those initial. We'll see. So if I don't, then I'm going to say move from here to there. I just add two frames. If I just add two keyframes for each step, then I'm start and an end. I think I'll do it that way. Okay, so we have the track now, and then we can say anim track add track set track add key. There, track add track is track. Time is value. Zero. Position. There. Add to track in track one, but not T. Again, we should don't. For track not. I see, because it's making new ones every time. If anim track get path I track path and turn I. String of track path. Try that again. Yeah, there we go. Now we have. Okay, and so then, if all of that worked, I usually like to show like what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this off screen so I can off snap and I'm drag this. Okay, and then missing one thing. Can't drag past the end because get animation is get animation length. Very end we pick that length. Problem I had was that frames are longer than the past the length. If I run this again, and now the length is do a little bit more length. Okay, so now if we play this, back and forth. There we go. Now we have an animated game. So the step that's still left to do is to take the text of the game, some notation, and translate it in form. And I guess I'll do that. I don't know if I'll do that on camera. About godot. And as I said, I've already got test related tools and parsing libraries. Okay, so that was it. I guess one thing we can do next step would be make this play automatically, and you can also tell it animation player there you tell it like movie quit, finish. You can go into movie mode, hit play. You have to hit a path. Okay, so project settings, writer, file. Now when we run this, it's playing the movie. Screen's gonna come down and it's gonna end. Now we should have a file called movie. We open it in the file manager. And there's a movie. All right, so very cool. You can do that with like any game, and as soon as you quit the game, it. I like that. Maker. Probably want to fix the output size or whatever. Very happy with this. There you go. Talk to you later. Have a good night. Get soon. Thanks for watching.